Hello and welcome back. This is the beginning of day 5 in sort of our Factorio Pyanodons mod. Not much really to show off at the beginning here, other than the fact that I've decided, since the last stream, that I'm going to move where I'm actually going to start the bus. So we're just going to clean this up quickly. I do know offhand how to do a bus. I suppose I can actually just do a quick copy paste of this for blueprint. But yeah. So if you're watching this on YouTube, this is going to be effectively the beginning of the highlights stream, or highlights recording. It's probably going to be multi-day because it depends on how many sort of things we get done. But today we finished up sort of the initial expansion for metal at the end of last stream. I want to get some copper going and get the bus going. And then we're going to start working through the to-do list. Apparently need to check aluminum again, but we got the bus, we got the belts. The bus sort of is going to stay here until I've got the bus sort of done. But we've got all these things that need to get added to the bus. Basically added to the bowl bus. Or the mall, bus ball, or whatever you want to describe the bus as. It's not going to be ratioed. Most of the stuff on the bus is not going to be ratioed. Yeah. At this point, we'll have the jump cut to the next thing that's done if you're watching on YouTube. And with that, if you're watching on Twitch, you get to enjoy watching me do this. This is going to take a little bit of a while to do. But yeah, we're going to take this bus belt over here. After a bit of thinking, I realized I probably want it closer over to the coal, where we put the bus. So I'm thinking... Because originally I was going to drag the copper down, but no, we're going to push this up over here. It's going to be a long build, but that'll be fine. I will probably need more belts, but I might run this left and then up the road if it's got that much range. Probably almost certainly going to run out of belt. We're going to have to go back to the base to make more belt up. And then we're going to have to get the stuff together to do more miners, because I'm going to want a little bit of coal for the bus, obviously. I still need a lot for the bus. Do I go up and around? Avoid going through a bunch of trees? Yeah, we'll go around the top of the forest. A little bit of waltzing grommeting here. Faster. With that, we go back to base. Right now we got an old spaghetti belt maker. I'll go grab the 1,000 or so belt it has in the spaghetti maker. I need to go grab some more circuit boards I'm missing for lines. Yeah, I need a little bit more circuit boards. I got most of the other stuff. Every once in a while we'll take a pass through the science. Actually, I'll take a pass through the science right now. Sure, it's getting shuffled over. You're out of that, which is out of that, which is out of water, which is actually running, so I should just leave that alone. So go a few more circuit boards, 30 more circuit boards, and let me do a little bit more mining. So let's sneak through here, and we have 12 more science packs so we can get the research. And then I think to support the initial bus, we're going to want like 8 miners. Let me go get a couple of those done. There we go. Look at this little bit of progress on the mining. I don't need this coal, or this rock coal, hopefully. Get out of the inventory, free up some space. And I'm going to want all the belt here. I think that's enough for the moment. The other thing I could be working on is, although I think I'm going to get the stuff to the start of the bus first, is on copper, because I'll need copper as well to make the bus work. A little bit of a comm opening up here. We're getting a little bit through coke processing. It's going to need more science than that to finish coke processing up. And yeah, we're going to slowly sort of inch forward on science, but we're not really expecting to be making much progress as far as the tech tree is concerned. At least I'm not expecting to make much progress as far as the tech tree is concerned. At least until I get the bus going. Making our way over. Got a cliff. Well, basically what I've done with the forest, which will go, are trending north anyway, so we'll go around the cliff to the north side. And then we basically follow up the road. A little bit of difficulty getting through the, on the road here, is I think I went through a forest. Chop a little bit of the trees down as we work our way through the forest. Oops, just cut the steam line. Excellent. We'll be wanting that later. We don't really need it right now, but later we'll want it. Cut the forest here. And we'll do the bus out over here. I'm gonna have to go get more belts because I've got most of the way there, but we're basically out of belt. See, we get to about there, which almost the right distance. This is where we're going to start up the bus. Of course, I know I just disassembled all the stuff associated with this on the other end, so we're in an original place where we had it. Should be enough stuff to put special components in. Just need to go grab the belts. should work. Yeah, need more belts. We'll get the coal over. I might even... How much of the belt? How much of the bus do I want to build before I've got copper? Probably very little, because the very first thing I want to put on the bus is belt production and inserter production. Actually, is that exactly what happened the first? Yeah, belt and inserters are first on the list, and both of those are going to require copper to build, mainly for the small parts. Well, I suppose in hindsight, because of where I decided to put the bus, that was a better mining spot to mine. We'll still probably end up using that at some point, because I'm going to need more than half a belt of bus anyway. So more iron will be required for the bus. Only 320. Oh dear. Gears are short, which is you being short, which is... Okay. Speed this up a little bit, just by... Although, at this point, I'm just limited by the actual... Limited by that inserter. I'm not gonna fuss with it too much. Yeah, we can see power consumption has risen, and that's actually an argument for more power production. Because we can see that now that the foundries, miners, and solid separators are all kind of working, we are using a big chunk of that power. Even though the dozen steam engines are running, make more power. More steam engines off the top side? Yeah, let's put more steam engines off the top side. There we go. So that should provide more power, which does now mean that I am producing more power than we are consuming, which is good to see. Oh, that if I do what I'm planning to do, or was planning to do originally with copper, I'm going to need more power. Although, not necessarily an indication that we don't have enough steam. It's just setting up the boilers to make it work. Or setting up the engines to make it work. Yeah, that'll work. Wasting it underground in theory there, but pretty sure I'm trying to go under the power bolt as well as a tree there, so it's not the end of the world. And I'm out of build again. Okay, let's, as I go get more belts, I'm gonna also build more, manually build some more small electric poles. And I suppose the next thing to do, yeah, I could technically, what am I thinking about? Technically, start building the bus. Without any copper, it's not going to be very effective. And I'm thinking like half a belt, so I need another 80 advanced foundries, another number of electric mining drills. So we're going to go get the electric mining drills built and the foundries built, and then we're going to start sort of prepping one of the copper mines. Probably that one. Basically run it there, back over here. And then as we extend the bus, eventually I'm going to probably want to go out around the titanium, but that's easy enough to do. Yeah, that's easy enough to do. Enough power. No, I'm going to probably want more power poles because I'm going to have to run power out to the new copper mine as well. So I've got another 100 recipes worth. And then from a mining standpoint, I can modify this with a sword. Modify. So we are swapping over you in the recipe, and you are getting swapped over to you. So this is basically what we're building. So I need about 30 miners to work 75 of them, but I'm actually... Oh, and this is to make it. So 80. 30 to 80. So I need 30 miners. Probably do a little bit more than 30 miners, but we'll do at least 30 miners. And then I need like 80 of the foundries and a whole bunch of plumbing. do our... Okay, waiting on this line, which is actually waiting on seaweed. I need to go grab some seaweed. I want the science. Science. Another 30 of those. I worked out I need 30 mines, so that's a start on mines. It doesn't appreciate that I used up the space by picking a bunch of seaweed. We'll sort that in a moment. Because apparently the recipe isn't quite even on probably bolts. Probably, what, I think that makes 2 bolts? Yeah, it makes 2 bolts, and it probably got 1 short, or 1 more than the recipe actually needs. I'm gonna run out of coal pretty quickly as well. I need to bring some proper refined coal over, but that's a longer run fix. Oh, let's double check to make sure. You know, what am I short on iron? Let's double check to make sure this is being held up by something that's actually running, and yeah, that's what's holding it up is the saline water. What am I... Oh, I'm actually short on stone. I'm trying to figure out why this isn't going over 5. The answer is because the stone's actually the backed up bit. And now we're back to it being iron. Before I get too carried away with this, let's actually go grab the stuff I need to keep the science running, which is more refined coal. Oh, we're coal gas backed up. One piece of refined coal is not going to help much. Technically a little faster to work in diagonal, but it's... I always have difficulty trying to make nice diagonal walkways. There's the coal. Yeah, it's the coal gas that's backed up, so I gotta find an alternative to use the coal gas, which is fairly easy to do, so I'm not too worried about that. The answer is diverted into glass making, probably. Although glass making at the moment is apparently backed up. I'm going to work down the anthracene oil a bit from the system. And then we'll plumb in the coal gas as the replacement. Okay. Coal gas flowing. Refined coal goes in this hole. Keeps you running, which keeps the science flowing. You're still the saline, that's the bottleneck, okay. Grab those belts because I'm going to need all the belts. I need some more stone to build the furnaces that I'm trying to build. Although I suppose technically they're taking 10 stone furnaces, so I could actually just nick a stack of stone furnaces to accelerate that. That's more inventory efficient, I suppose. I suppose it's a little more assembly efficient, okay. Okay, in the meantime, let me go improve my path to where the copper mine's going to be. Back to, yeah, we're out of concrete, back to using stone brick. Yeah. Now that the iron has got to where the bus is, we don't actually need the iron mine furnace stack to be running, so the power is more than I need, which is fair enough. Oops, that's not what I want. Daisy. Go back into mapping mode so I can get rid of the ghosts quicker. Yep. Run along with the power poles, because we're going to power out by the copper. It definitely wasn't a terrible choice to handcraft so many power poles, and quite a few of them after all. Carve the mining area out from the forest. Probably don't need the whole thing uncovered right now, because again, I only need to run 30 electric mining drills to make the amount of copper ore that I want. Okay, and then... So 30 makes 60, a belt is 15, so I need 4 belts to fully take the 60 copper that's going to be made by the 30 mines. So if I've got 4 belts, I need to divide 30 by 4. So 7.5 mines per belt. Obviously, you can't do half a belt per mine, because, well, you could. Well, you can't do 7.5 because the half doesn't make sense, unless you run a splitter. I suppose you could do a splitter for the 1/8 that you split between 2 halves, so it's not completely implausible. I'm not going to do that. So we're actually going to need 34. No, 32, because then that's divisible. So that's 8 times 4 is 8 plus 8. Yeah, 32. So I need more than that says, but not by a lot. And I've got 10, or I've got 20 of them made. Horizontally or vertically? I'm gonna run horizontal. Okay, so that'll be the first belt. Second belt. Third belt. And this is probably showing off why I don't necessarily need a lot of... Oh, I don't need a whole mine, for example, right? Because I just want four belts to do the half a belt of metal out the other end. And I suppose to support it and keep it a little more balanced, we will give it a full 4-lane balancer. Okay, finish this, I need another 12. Hopefully we'll have enough circuit boards when I get back to base to build the remaining 12. Okay, that's going to be a mess, but I need to go change the recipe anyway. A bunch of those. Like, this is a rough approximation of roughly how big that's going to be when all's said and done. I'm gonna have to rewrite the original power line around. It's not too hard to do, obviously. What I actually dread is more is the amount of forest to go on the way here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to clear that bit of forest. Keep it simple. One of my power poles is not a real power pole in there, is it? Goes along, goes along, goes along. Where did I screw up the power? Screwed it up so far back, didn't I? Oh no, it's trying to connect to a power pole. Instead of doing the short run between those two, it's deciding it wants to go by that one. There we go. If we had built, or not built, I was about to say if we had built, we've bots, this would be a much easier thing to construct, because I could just let the bots conform the area to the designation. Instead, I'm going to manually get rid of all the trees here. I might just do a recopy of the blueprint. As soon as we get it cleared. I was going to break so much of it coming through to fix it. Doesn't need to take the entire forest out. I just need to take obviously what the factory, the furnace area is going to be on top of. There is better late game furnaces that I could be using. It's kind of a chicken and the egg problem. I'm building a factory that will make the furnaces that will do this better. That's probably the best way to describe what's going on here. Which is one reason I'm trying not to overget. We're only doing a half a belt of copper here. Because as you can see, when the iron one, which is this is going to be the same size, it can eat the same amount of power as the iron one. When the iron one is running full bore, that eats quite a bit of power. It's not power cheap. It's convenient because it means I don't have to run coal everywhere. And a certain degree of convenience is probably worth it because I can always just build more power, which is kind of the plan in the short run to deal with the high power consumption. It also needs to be running to be eating that power sort of problem. when we get into petrochemical refining, probably what will end up happening is these get replaced with oil burners. We get to petrochemical. Pretty serious petrochemical refining, because what I'll do is I'll set it up so most of the byproducts I'm not currently using get slated to be burnt as fuel instead of using electrical power. I'll have to do a lot of redundancy to safely do that, though. Otherwise, we could run into a problem of the petrochemical is not running for X reason, or not making enough of X, and then I'm not getting iron or whatever. Okay, all the X's are gone. So with that, I can kind of get out of the way, do a quick copy and paste of this area down here again. There we go. And then I'm obviously going to have to reset it all to copper. Should be easy enough to do. And then I'll start building it with what I've got in the inventory. No other reason to empty the inventory out. Oops. Here we go. I should only have enough for 3 rows plus 1. There we go. Oh, no, that's more than nothing. Oh, I might not have enough inserters to get this properly running. I'll grab inserters when we're out. Back to the base. Overwrote the belt on accident. Yeah, for each of these it's 2 inserters. So I don't think I have quite enough inserters. Or even the ones I've got set up at the moment. Although I'm not doing mental math there, so I may be wrong. So if I end up being wrong, I blame not actually doing the math in the first place. I might actually have enough just to... yeah, okay, I have the minimum amount to get what we got set and running, which is more than nothing. Okay. So I think that's a good chunk of the belt I need. Obviously, if we're going back to base, I might as well install enough of the belt, or as much of the belt as I can. Because I'm going to have to go pick more up anyway. No, I don't have enough belt. Get in the current inventory. Okay, there we go. So, not completely assembled, but it's a start. Everything's got to start somewhere. Do I spend the 300 belt bringing the copper home? What do I use it to finish building the setup? Let's get the belt in the setup first. I'm short of some underground, okay. Get hustle up iron-wise. Let's get that one installed. Okay, more than nothing. Let's begin the trek back into accelerating back out here. I will go ahead and lay stonebrick path. Rewind I've been doing before. Almost most of the way back. So I'm gonna need more inserters, I'm gonna need more belt. I'm gonna need more belt to ground. Or underground belts. And I'm obviously gonna need more drills and more foundries. Okay, hopefully in the meantime we've made enough circuit boards so I can get the mining drills going. All the other stuff should be fairly easy. I was going to run over to the belt maker. Oh, you need more fuel. Okay, not necessarily optimal. Would have liked a little bit more belt. I'll need to grab some iron if I want to actually build undergrounds. Need more science. Not gonna be enough for coke processing, but that's fine. We're now short on you, and you are short on glass. It's a good thing when the glass was jammed up earlier, I grabbed glass. We'll just shove that in there, get you running. That'll move the jam point to somewhere else in the system at least. Not enough circuit boards to get all the electric mining drills going, which is a bit of a shame. Oh, no, I miscounted. There is enough. Because I only need 12 more for my current presumption. So I'll put the rest in splitters, because I definitely need more splitters. I need more stone and brick. Okay. And then iron. Lots of iron. Lots and lots of iron. I'll take a detour, run back over to that area via the new iron line, just so I can harvest it for iron as I'm going to build furnaces. Foundries. Oh, before runoff, let's install the science, get the science going. Taking a moment to sit there if you're wondering why I'm not quite perfectly moving towards where I'm just trying to go. Sip of my tea. There we go. I shorten something else for... Got plenty of copper, got plenty of iron, I assume. Is it telling me I can make 3? Oh, is it like 50? Oh, yeah, okay. I don't have enough stone. That's what the problem is. Okay, we'll go get this installed first, and we'll be back. We will be back. Although I can mine some stone in situ. There is some stone outcroppings over there I can mine, which I might do to speed up the process. Although it'll have to be belt for belt, I think, so I won't worry too much about it. Okay, over here. You installed. You installed quickly. Oh, and I will do. Theory, this only makes half a belt, but we'll balance it in a way that we get a full lane or full bus if it backs up. Makes the physical belt itself a little bit better of a buffer. That's really what's going on there. Doesn't change much else about the process. Working on a whole row at a time because that just saves me clicking the R button over and over and over again. May mean I missed the odd one, so I'm gonna have to come back and check every once in a while. Although I'll probably end up checking by seeing which rows are not running, which bits are not running when we get the whole thing set up. Not necessarily the most efficient way to do it, but it's the way that works. Okay, so that's all the lines in. Just gotta do the vertical line here at the end. I should be good to go as far as inserters are concerned. I need the power poles and, of course, all the boundaries themselves. Oops. Oh, I may also need more power poles, I suppose. Oh no, I'll have enough power poles. It's gonna be close, but I should have enough power poles. The wrong spot. Easy to fix, just by replacing it. Okay, that's all the power poles. As I said, enough power poles. Start the process of dragging the belt back. Yep, in theory with this delivered, even without it completed, I'm got what I need to start building the bus. Well, probably want at least a half a belt running to really run the bus, but... it's enough in theory. Of course, I'm out of belt. So I gotta go get more belt, I gotta get more inserters. Yeah, more belt, more inserters. And just build more foundries, really. I did not check to see how far through did we get. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows to go. And 5 in that one. So 48 more to go. I'm mathing right there. Oh, no, not 48, 45. 48 would be if the 6th row was completely empty and it's got 3 in it. So 45. It's 8 times 5 plus 5, so 8 times 5 is 40, plus 5 is 45. And I got 5 building in the inventory. I got 5 builds in the inventory, I'm building another 5, so that's actually 10, so I just need another 35 after that. And we're over here. Science is not running. Why is science not running? Because the basic substrate's not running. The basic substrate's not running because I don't have enough moss. Okay, I'll go grab more moss. Don't need the circuit boards yet, but we'll grab them because we'll be wanting them eventually. And probably fairly soon. I need more copper and iron. Run along the belts here to pick that up. But I don't need more brick, but I need more iron, more stone, don't I? Yeah. So grab those. That brings us from 10 to 20 in construction. Short on iron. 5 more. I do belts, scissors. Oh, I need even more stone than that. So 10 plus 20 is 30, and I need 45, so I actually need even more than that. And apparently that was my buffer on stone, and that's not on the belt, so I'll have to go running along the belt, which is a little bit more tedious to sort. I'll probably need more iron as well. Not beat around the bush too much. A bit more iron, like so. Run up the stone belt. So 20 in Q, 15 completes, that's 35. I need 5. I'm at the point where it's actually iron being hauled up, so let's grab some iron. $15, $20, $25, $30, $35, $40, $45. Okay, so that should be enough. And then we'll grab some moss to get the science going again. Going well, like there's probably someplace else in the system that needs more moss, but there you go. So I'll get that going again. You're jammed up by lack of that. That's jammed up by lack of the green stuff. Okay. Want that to keep running, I need to go grab the nickel. It's nickel's green. I don't remember which tab the metal recipe is on, so I can check what it's actually called. Zinc. Need to go grab the zinc. Oh, the zinc. The nickel's the purple one, isn't it? Why are you stuck? It's you're full of ash. Okay. Tin, not nickel. Pretty sure we're the ones that got nickel. Zinc, titanium. Ah, must be a different mod. We'll probably get nickel at some point. Elements of the periodic table, right? Got an ash sorter up here, so I'll dump some of the ash that we're picking out of these furnaces to get them out of the inventory. Well, here's even better roading material than the concrete we're using here. I think this is reinforced concrete. Be even better for running around like this. I'm gonna get this metal dropped off, and then I'm gonna let the construction queue catch up while I take a quick trip to the bathroom. Oh, we need more stone over there as well. That's where my green stuff goes. Looks like it's the lowest one. Purple's purple in there. Yeah. I'll be right back. I'll let the construction queue catch up. Okay, back in the headset. I haven't worked through the entire queue because it was a fairly big queue. But I probably got enough in the inventory that we can get back to building, or at least back to running over to building. Oh, let's check on the science first and get the science processing. So I've got coke processing in the queue here. Did I finish up? Must have finished up coal. Wouldn't necessarily be a terrible idea to get down to geothermal at some point. Or the molten stuff. Well, there's nickel. So nickel is a thing, but we just don't have it yet. It's filtering with a tin. It's probably a little early for that. Advanced material processing. So there's gas furnace. One of the people who was telling me not to do the foundries that I'm using right now, he was like, "Oh, go use gas furnace." You can see chicken the egg. I don't have gas furnace yet, so that is obviously not an alternative option there. Maybe working down that way. Don't necessarily want to get too far ahead of myself. I'm just queuing a bunch of stuff. You're not running because we don't have you. You're not running because we don't have you. It's you to you, you to actually you because we're out of stone. I only got 50 stone on me, so throw the 50 stone in. It'll be more than nothing. Although less than what it really needs. Is there a convenient place I can grab stone? There's a place I can grab stone. Maybe not convenient. Toss that stone in that chest. Keep the science going for a little bit longer. You being the issue is back to that being bottleneck. Okay. Probably better to have a bottleneck problem than to have a feed issue. Because then it's working slow. Let's grab the belt one here. 1.3 belt should be enough to probably finish up that construction. Actually get started on the bus. And yeah, got a lot of potential steam power. Because we're not saturating these ash sorting yet, so potential steam power if I need more power. The moment, because obviously the system isn't running at full speed because the bus isn't existing, we have plenty of power. I'll probably need more boilers, or not more boilers, more engines to turn the boiled steam into power once we actually get the bus running, but for the moment we're good. That's the wrong position. And assemble. So that's half a belt of copper for our bus. I just need to get the belt completed so it's actually getting back to the bus, and then we start building up the bus. Although I suppose this is a good point. I'll get it in a good place where I can see it all, and then I'll leave myself an audio cue. Okay, so future editor me succeeds in doing the editing here. This is going to go in the highlights video. This is the new copper source, providing about a half a belt of copper plate. There are better ways to do this. There's probably even better ways to do this in electrical power. But that requires sorting, copper ore sorting. Right now, this works really, really well for not having to belt coal over here to run either the drills or the foundries, or any gases or whatever to use gas foundries. For example, I don't actually have gas foundries. That's the second thing in the queue at the moment. Okay, this will solve our immediate needs for getting the bus up and coming. And if you're watching on YouTube, the next bit in the highlight should be the first bit of the bus. So catch you in a moment. And at this point, if you're watching on Twitch, that's probably where we're going to put the next jump cut in the highlights video. And now I'm going to go run over to where we're going to build the bus, and then actually start building the bus. I suppose I want this probably to run on the end here. Oh, I didn't leave enough spacing in here to work this right. Whoops. Except on the first one. The first one I did. Oh, that's ash. I'll put that back in the box for a moment. These don't make a bunch of ash. They make ash, don't get me wrong, but they don't make a bunch of ash. The splitter here to do belt merging. Okay, that works for the basics. Okay. So, what do I want to build first? Obviously, I need to get the belts running. So what goes into belts? New item for the factory. Probably actually not going to make... really use the recipe here for belts. We'll say one belt for the moment. So belts, we have one recipe that makes it, which is small parts. So what I probably actually want to calculate out is small part production. Small parts. We'll actually say that we want, like, say, a belt of small parts. That's going to be a lot of small parts, to be fair. And that's going to require a belt of bolts, or belt and a half of bolts, and a half a belt of gears. And you require half a belt of sticks. And yeah, we're looking at already 2 whole belts of iron being consumed to make the small parts here. And then copper cable is obviously made out of copper, which is almost a belt of copper there as well. Okay. In practice, I think actually our assembling machine here is going to be more limited by its capacity to take things in and out than the actual input ratio. Or the actual inputs, because 3 things got to go in. Okay, it needs... Well, it needs... For every output, it needs... For every 2 outputs, it needs 3 of that, and 3 of that, and... Well, 1 of that. Or no, 2 outputs make... Or 2 outputs takes 3, 3, 1. And some coal, so... The assembling of the small parts here is going to be more limited by inserter speed than the machines. That's how that's going to work out. Same time, let's check. Which of these 3? So I think gears are only... In this mod are only used in that recipe. Yeah, only used in small parts. Do I do direct insertion of gear? Might do direct insertion of gear. Because again, it's only going to get used in small parts. Sticks get used elsewhere, so that actually kind of makes sense to be on the bus because it gets used in other things. Notably gets used in refined concrete and cages and the bolts. And then I think the bolts get used elsewhere. As well. Although in less things. The bolts get used in such. And batteries, so they probably still want to be in the bus. Fewer things that get used, but they definitely get used in other things as well. There's other ways to make them as well. And at some point we probably want to use that better way to making them, but that's casting it. Versus just burner assembler. Okay. Okay, we're looking like we need... What, 2 of these for 1 of those? just to make the gears. Although, again, we're going to be limited by inserter speed, not by the actual number, or the actual throughput of the machines here. Well, suppose I might as well just put on the bus for the moment. Even though the gears are only going to get used in one thing, because that allows me to work around the inserter speed a little bit easier. So, sticks and gears, each going to use a bus, or a whole lane coming off, and copper plate into copper cable. Okay. So, first one here is going to be the gears. Here's gears. So, 2 iron plate in, 1 iron gear out. We're going to have to take in coal. We're going to have to output ash. That, in theory, works for that design. Oh, I should probably scoot it one more to the right. Yeah, I should scoot the whole thing one more. Okay. Although in this case, this is actually going to take a whole belt off. I suppose I'm taking a whole belt off. We'll leave the space if we're splitting it off even everything. Okay. So, this would actually be a useful situation for when if we had the throughput mod telling us exactly how much that rotation speed works out to. They basically need to do a 360-degree rotation per item they're carrying. So, 281 divided by 360. So it's about 78 items per second. So we're taking just under 2 in to stick out about just over, well, just over 2 goes in. So obviously we can't feed this fast enough right now because we're shoving 2 in a second and we actually need 4 a second. Which means we should only expect 1 out. We do need more than 1 inserted to get 1 out. And then I need a half a belt, so we need 8 of these. This needs to get copied and pasted. another 7 times. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. This is a situation where I'm balancing something that really in the short term I don't need to put as much effort into balancing it, but I'm over designing. Okay, we're gonna go through undergrounds quite a bit here. There we go. So half a belt of bolts, or gears at this point. Just to improve... belt buffering, and we'll do that. At that point, we've pulled, in theory, pulled a full belt of off. I'll actually shrink the bus a little bit. Okay. Then the next thing I want on the bus is I'm going to want sticks. We got gears, I need sticks. Then I'm going to turn the sticks into bolts. And for the moment, I'm going to do 1 belt of sticks. In theory, from a recipe standpoint, that's not going to be enough to support the small parts, but we're going to do 1 recipe of sticks. Which, from an actual input-output standpoint, looks very, very similar to this. It's just balanced differently. Inserter to output inserter. And stick. So this is actually going to be the other way around, where I want 3 output inserters 2 input inserts. You know, save a little bit of vertical height. Actually, it doesn't save any vertical height because I've got it's 2 outputs to 1 input. Oh, but no, I want to take a full... Do you want to take a full belt-in? I do want to take a full belt-in. I'm not going to use the full... Well, basically going to use the full belt, that's what's going to happen. Actually, I'm not, so I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 of them. And then 1, 2, 3, 4 in. I need to do that so I can saturate both sides of the belt. I got enough inserters to put this bit together. Probably gonna need to run back to base. For more stuff after I get this line done. Although maybe not. Let's see where we are. I could probably go grab iron off the bus itself, right, for getting more undergrounds working. Oops. No. You. More of you. Practice needs I need more iron because I got plenty of belt. This should be. Oh no, I never did the belt buffering modifier on this one. Okay, let's do that here then. It's easy enough to do. There we go. Again, only providing half a belt, so it's gonna take a little while to back up. Technically, I don't save a little bit underground because I don't need it to go any farther than that. And then I will want the ash for the belt at some point. Or the bus at some point. I only really need to do that once. As long as it all runs through a lane balancer at some point. Yeah, it'll go on the bus and one of the layers. Not sure which layer I want it on yet. They're just going to sort of end it there for the moment. Once again, this basically eats a whole belt. Well, if I'm making the throughput I want, it eats the whole belt, right? Well, no, I'm only making one. Okay, it's eating half the belt, technically. Technically, it eats half the belt. Yeah, technically it's only eating half the belt. Well, I might as well just run off a splitter off of the thing then. Because it'll actually... If I've got the throughput on the bus, which I don't. Do I put priority right? Actually, no priority. No priority. Yeah, so it takes a half a belt in, makes a full belt. Okay. No, that does mean that this is actually... If all we've got here set up is running, we're eating a belt and a half of iron. I'm only feeding it half a belt, so... The bus is more grand than its actual operation is right now. And then the next thing I need is copper cable, which is the same recipe as the iron, except it uses copper. Okay. And that's going to be the point where I need more inserters, so I'll just go grab more inserters. Although I could probably do the copy paste and start contemplating the actual design. Some of the later bits of work running back to base. Get a better idea of what I need to run for. Oops. Oh, I'm confused. Did not realize I could overwrite it that way, which is not what I want to do. Here we go. Okay, so there we go. And that's going to provide me a belt of copper wire. So then I want to make small parts. Which is where things get really complicated. small parts. I don't have enough throughput to run this at full speed. There's no way. So really the ratio is going to be the ratio of the inserters that I'm going to be trying to match. So I can copy and paste it up to use what's going to be fed in. So it's 331, obviously. And I can do 331, that's actually not too hard. Yeah, I can do 331. It's going to be a little bit longer than the previous ones. I'm going to do 3, 3, coal there, ash there. I need not ash out. I actually need a bolt in. This is where things are going to get a little fun, because we're going to look at something that looks like that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. At that point, that actually should eat the entire set of gears. If we're feeding it right. And we're actually underfeeding it sticks and wire. If it's eating it all. And then the actual recipe. 2 out. 2 out. Again, that complicates things a little bit. Although, not so much that I can't work with this. I can definitely work with this. Yeah, so this is going to take a half a belt in. It's going to actually spit out a full... Oh, actually, it isn't going to work the way I want it to. Not at the ratio I want it to. Although that's something I can fix later. So we're gonna get another. At some point, I'll get another inserter. Gonna get. Where's the first thing of is it rubber? No, that's long handled. So the regular ones come before that, obviously. That's stacked. That's not one thing. Or red. This is a situation where... Oh no, I already have... That explains why. So, at some point we can swap over the electric ones. The electric ones run fast enough, right? So, what was 281 divided 360 is 0.78. I need to double that. 432 divided by 360 is 1.2. So it's not quite double, although it's probably close enough to double. So at some point I'll have to come back through and remember to upgrade this one in the cycle to actual electric. It'll be more expensive as a side effect, but I can work with that. Okay. And then we got the feedback. So bottom 4, top 4. Like so. And then I'll provide me my small parts. Not perfectly ratioed, but at the moment, it's not feeding anything, and when it does start feeding stuff, it's going to basically be feeding a spaghetti setup that's not going to be ratioed either. That's all else. Yeah, I need to go back to base. Let's finish dropping off what I've got on me and then head back to base. Oh, back to the old base. Yeah, probably do need a few more inserters that I can... Oh, I'm shorter than iron. Grab a little bit on my way back. Bus over here. Or the, over here. A couple was being constructed as I'm running. Okay, mostly transport belt and mechanical inserters. And, well, more burner assembly machines as well, probably. And then we'll check up on the science setup. See if it's still running properly. It's being hand-fed, so when I'm not feeding it, it's not running. Or not actually making any sense. Okay, so you have science. So grab that science. You're short on that, which is short on that, which is short on that, which is short on the refined coal again. So I'll have to go grab more refined coal if I want it running. So I'll take the moment to go run and grab some refined coal. There we go, getting processing moving again. Just gonna go check up on the petrochemical buffer tailings pond setup we have over here. While I'm over here. So anthracene oil is getting a bit full. And pitch has overflowed. I've already overflowed the pitch once. Which doesn't necessarily surprise me. Walking the pitch spill. Ideally, we'd try to avoid that, but we've done it already. It's already overflowed when I wasn't looking. Oh, and you're out of gas. Burn anthracene oil or swap to pitch. Let's go back to anthracene oil for the moment. Honestly, I should probably also burn the pitch as well, but it is what it is for the moment. More permanent solutions are what we want the bus mall for building the components associated with it, so. There we go. That gets you running again, which gets you running again, which gets the science running again. Yeah, code processing should finish soon. And we're going to queue up something else. We've queued up advanced material processing, which notably gives us the gas furnace. Don't think I've researched the gas. Not boiler, I think. It's actually might be fluid. If I could spell fluid. There's the electric boiler. That's not what I'm thinking of. It's got a different name. It's a different way to make steam, obviously. Consume steam to create electrical energy, then we'll want that at some point. Heat energy to turn water to steam, heat pipe, thermal furnace. Okay, not what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about something, and I don't know the name of the item. I know there's an item that does what I'm thinking of. It's part of the problem. Ways to make steam. I can probably find this using the recipe book. Electric boiler, heat exchanger. Oil burner. That's the building I'm looking for. At some point we'll be wanting oil burners, because this is going to be just one way to sort of productively use fluids, the combustible fluids that I don't need. So I can look for where that is in the tech tree, now that I know what I'm looking for. Oil burner. Okay, so we probably want to work towards that if I can. Through smelters and antimony processing into metallics. Yeah, way off. But that's probably a better way to be using the fluids than what I'm doing right now, which is allowing things to overflow. Okay, so we've got all those inserters in. So let's get all the assembling machines in. Let's get the belt and the inserters in. Oops, that's the wrong way. That's outbound, not inbound. Placing inserters next. You don't need to be in it. Oh no, I do need you to be. Put things in the right spot. Okay. I'm running a little too close to the top. It's gonna fix by doing that, but... Or, no, that'll be fine as it was. I didn't carry away trying to fix things that aren't problems yet. Oh, and that one doesn't need to go anywhere, because I can finish off there, like so. Oh, out of inserters. Go fetch some iron off the bus. A few more batches of those under construction. Nope, and I'm out of inserters again. Oh dear, I'm gonna have to go back to base again. Back to base again. Okay, making progress. Okay, that is copper coming in. And to be fair, it's basically a whole belt, so I'll just divert off a belt. Or actually, technically it's a half a belt. I should do it properly. So then your gears... I suppose I'm not going very far with copper wire, under the current current presumptions of where it's going. Okay, some of this will spool up, which isn't necessarily the end of the world. I go grab more belt and more inserter. Back to base we wander. Soon, the bus will actually start producing things of actual note instead of producing the pre-ingredients, which is kind of what we're working on right now. And back. I can definitely see I'm using more power. Because I'm going through a whole lot more coal. And by extrapolation, make a whole lot more ash. Okay, there we go. I skipped a step. Skipped a step. Okay. Conveniently, I got that going backwards. That could be easier to clean up. How do I want to fix my skip? I forgot to turn my sticks into bolts. Forgot to turn my sticks into bolts. I don't want to fix that. The proper way to do this would be to move this line one to the right. That way I got nothing going the wrong way on the bus. But that's the proper way. Is that the way I'm going to do it? I think the answer is going to be no, because I'm going to be lazy. Yeah, I'm going to be lazy. We're going to do it the improper way. Two iron sticks out, two iron. Yeah, or two bolts out. Okay. So the only real difference in here versus what we just copied and pasted is I need 3 in for my 3 out. Technically, I have something going the wrong way on the bus. Technically, the way I'm going to get around that is I'm never going to put it back on the bus. I'm just going to go shove it in like that. That'll work. Already giving up on being a proper bus and doing a little bit of spaghetti. Be Factorio if you didn't give in to the spaghetti every once in a while. Okay, need more inserters, or more undergrounds. Okay. There we go. So with that, I should now see that I have parts. There we go. Parts. It's going to take a while for that to filter in. Enough capacity to make a difference, but here we go. So that's parts. In theory, I am not quite making a full belt of parts. I'm making like 10 out of 15, but close to a belt of parts. Next up, transport belt. So I don't have to run back to base every time I want to get more transport belt up here. And honestly, this is going to be a more sustainable throughput method for belts. What I need here is I need iron and parts. Not a high ask. I suppose the next question is, how many do I want per second? Because we got that on the bus. We got that on the bus. And I probably want to make underground at the same time. That's maybe not a big, major ask, right? Making underground at the same time. And you're going to need splitter, but we'll hold off on splitter because I don't have some circuit boards yet in the bus. So it's you and you. So probably do 2 assembling machines making transport belts, and then 1 assembling machine making underground belt. Kind of looking for something that vaguely looks like this design. I say vaguely. Obviously I don't need that portion of it, right? Got no gears coming in. Yeah, I've got no gears coming in, so that'll work. And then first one for belt. Have enough reach to get into them? No, I don't. Bit of a shame. Bit of a shame. Okay, I think I can work out how it's. So you go poof. Okay, this might be another situation where I want to run electric inserters at some point, but and I suppose for you, you don't need gear. You don't need small parts. That's where the small parts ends. more splitters, but really that's just belt and such. That's easy to do. In situ here. There we go. So this is a situation where I may want to make that one a yellow one at some point in the future, just to speed up the throughput. And with that, I think it's time to do a break. So, the future editor me has successfully done the highlight splice. Welcome back, YouTube, for the highlight stream, or highlight portion that I got them run. As you can see here on the bus, I now have belts being produced, and underground belts, because those kind of go together. Which of course required me making gears, iron sticks, copper cabling. Okay, technically out of order, I got bolts after small parts, but I've done a little bit of fancy trick here to get them sort of wired, plumbed together so it works. Really, those should be the other way around, but we've got all the sort of supporting stuff there. So, for once, my to-do list shrinks. Bus belts, done. And if you're watching on YouTube, the next bit in the highlight will probably be when we have inserters done, which hopefully won't take as long as belts. I'll be back. And with that, if you're watching on YouTube, or watching on Twitch, part of what I'm doing for YouTube is I'm doing sort of a an edited highlights segment. So every once in a while I'm going to have a little bit aside to basically explain to YouTube, because YouTube will basically dropped back in after watching the highlights of where we got in the build. The to-do list drops from 49 to 48. I suppose at the same time, let's edit this. So I can remember in the future. Check fluid drills. And then... still got more of the stuff to work through. Now that I have that built, though, I am going to take the old one offline. So we're just going to basically unplug the old one. Okay. So you are, for practical purposes, done at this point. I don't have enough storage to pick the whole thing up. Alright, let me get rid of some of the ash and I will. I think I will. Might be very wrong with that comment. Okay, need to get some other flammables out of the inventory. There we go. Okay, pick up the inserters, because that'll be what we're working on next. So let's Hopefully there isn't anything wrong with the science, because I don't have the bits to work on it. I suppose I can get rid of some of the fuel in here by plugging it out onto... Granted, this just means I'm going to pick it up later, but plugging it out onto the assemblers. It's actually full of coal ash at that point, yeah. Check up on you, make sure you're running properly. It looks like it is. Yeah, I'm being limited by the saline water. Run out of moss again? Moss again. My inventory's full. Yeah, my inventory's full. Let's go ahead and make more power poles while I'm thinking about it. A little bit more space. While I was making something productive with the inventory contents. Moss goes in there. It's you running. To get you running. Which means a lot more science. 3 more sciences. Not gonna make much progress. Yeah, not much to talk about. Running from one place to another. Use a little bit of tea leaves in the bottom of that teacup. Okay. So next up is... I actually don't need to track the transport belts. I got that sorted. Next up is inserters. Good old mechanical inserters start. What do I need? We got one recipe that makes it. And it's the same basic recipe. Yeah, it's the same basic recipe as the belts. Okay, I'm gonna be real lazy. This will work out real well. I'm just gonna plop this at the end of here. Like so. And then just get swapped from belts to mechanical inserters. Okay, so future editor me, hopefully we'll catch that at this point. We now get to check another one off on the to-do list. I didn't realize that it was so easy in Serious Taylor when I ran back to base to get a bunch of stuff. But off the list comes bus inserters. Basic mechanical inserters for the moment are now done. Next would be assemblers. And hopefully those... How complicated those are going to be. The basic ones, at least. They have one recipe. A little bit more complicated, so if you're watching on YouTube, catch you later in the highlight stream, because I need to get the air-cooled circuits going. Air-cooled conductors? What are they called? Air core inductors. Gotta get the air core inductors going. I'll be back after we got that and assemblers done. So if you're watching on YouTube, that's what we're watching on Twitch, I mean. Watching on Twitch, that's what we're gonna move to. Can't make that by hand, although this is where we're gonna have a little bit of a diversion. I am going to build a hypothetical assembly line that would use air core. And then at the end of it, I'm gonna use this recipe. But I'm going to use this recipe initially. So we're going to have the better one that everything's going to basically bypass. And then we're going to have this one at the end. Let's bring up a factory planner. So I need air core inductors. New item. Air core. Got a hyphen in it. It's screwing me up. You want like 15 of those. I've actually got 2 recipes of that, so we're gonna copy. It's one on one recipe, one on the other. See, one of the major advantages of going at the better one is we only need to make a whole belt of them. And maybe this is an argument that I'm not going to be making a whole belt of them right off the bat, because 60 items of copper cable is a little much. And then 6 ceramics actually really do. Copper cable is a little much. And that's 2 belts of copper. It's less extreme. Versus 120. Yeah. So then the question is, how big do I want to go early on here? With the air-cooled inductors. I want to leave enough space that I can expand it, obviously. Because the end run, we probably want the full 15 items. First blush, that's more than we really need. I'm going to run into inserting problems here. Let's actually edit you. That's probably insertable, so that I can probably handle. So yeah, we're going to be limited by inserters. We're not necessarily going to be limited by the inputs, I suppose. we're going to be limited by inserting into the assembler, not the assembler speed itself. Okay. Or do we do these as separate? Eventually, I'm going to want to use the recipe with the ceramics. So there's an argument for using the bigger size. Although these are, in addition to being different recipes, these use different buildings, right? So, 15 of these. 15 of these. So, practice is actually 8 aside. Or do you just want to do half belt? I think I'm just going to accept that this assembly is going to be making half a belt. So it'd be 8 of those to do the half belt. And then from an inserting standpoint, and I've gone and done it again. I need the cables first, don't I? Yeah, I need the copper cables first. But from the inserting standpoint, well, it's only 4 per second that I actually need to put in. So that's not too bad. Now, 2, 3, 4. Okay, these are 4 total. This also needs to be moved over because I need space for the cable making. I suppose the cable making is just going to be another one of those, right? Yeah, it's going to be another one of those. Which makes a belt. So maybe that's how I should scale this, right? So this should actually be... let's swap to belts. Quarter of a belt. No, that... Round by belts. There we go. Because I'm only going to be able to feed in... At the moment, I'm thinking about only feeding in a full... one view. Okay, okay, I can work with that. We'll work with that. And then that works with the belt I have. And you can see the ceramic component is minimal. And I should just U to be the same sort of logic in value. Yeah, you can see just how much copper cable has to go to the assembling machine for that to work. Doesn't produce very many, but that's converting the full thing. That's why we want to move over to the approved recipe. The approved recipe is more copper efficient. And ceramics aren't that hard to make. They're mostly made of steam. We don't have the machinery to make this yet, but that's the whole point of building the bus. Okay, so that says I want 4 electronics factories. And then assembling machines for this step is, well, one would do it, but I'm not going to be able to insert enough into one, is what's going to end up happening with that logic. Yeah, one would do it, but we're not going to be able to shove enough in the front door. Let me do some math. So we're going to basically have one side. I'm gonna keep it simple. We're going to load the insert or load the assembly machine from one side. We're going to unload the other side. The other side is going to be massively undersupported, right? So it's what is it? 281 divided by 360. Inverse that times by 15. So I need 19 inserters to feed that into an assembling machine. So if we divide that by 3, so we're looking at like 7 assembling machines to do the feeding. How did I get to that? Button presses. Okay. I don't need that tin ore anytime soon, so we can overlap the mine. This is a bit we're actually going to tear out later, because this is just until we can get this one running up there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Oh, and I need more sticks for this setup. Granted, it's not a lot of sticks, but I need more sticks. How much did you need? I need like two. Two. Like that. I need to save some space for the ceramic coming in, which I left out this concept. So the output's pretty easy. Here we go. Yeah, I suppose there we actually go. That's all that needs to be done on there. Although it needs to get assembled. Yep, that needs to be assembled. That's the big thing that's going to come up on that. And that's already a half belt to feed that, and I basically need to feed the other half into this line, so that's where the copper's going to end. Well, that bit of the copper's going to end. Just like we did to the irons. Although I've already worked out that that's just going to go into there, right? So just do avoid going back onto the bus and just do that. Oh, that one. Leave some space for the ceramics, even though I don't necessarily need the ceramic line yet. It's going to come in somewhere. So say that's the ceramic line. Okay, that's the blueprint for what I'm going to take a moment to assemble. But I think with that blueprinted out, give Twitch a moment to admire the plans, and I'm going to make a cup of tea while we let that process. I'll be back. I'm going to make a cup of tea. Okay, back to tea. Let's get back to it. So, we've got this plan to build this thing out. So let's start building this thing out. First by clearing the obstructions. Whoops, that's the outbound. Should be going in the inbound. Okay. I'm thinking about that's going to be the ceramic line, so that's actually going to need a splitter there. Something like that. Gonna come a little bit of the forest down here to clear. Okay. Yeah, we got this to assemble. Obviously, the electronics factories are not going to go in yet because, first of all, I don't have them on the bus being built, so I'd have to manually hand build them all. Secondly, until I get the ceramic, they're not going to do anything. Let's not rush to build something that doesn't have any effect. Okay. Oh, that didn't work. That didn't work at all. That was supposed to be an underground belt. There we go. Okay. So building this out. Yeah, we're going to go through lots of expanding the bus. Bus expands. Now I get to use some of our nice stockpiled, locally produced product. In theory, I actually can't even go back to the old base, because I never made underground back at the old base anyway. Okay. Keep working our way through the whole setup. Oh, and this is the wrong air-cooled conductor, right? So I need to change the recipe. Here we go. Okay. Soon we'll have another row of this assemblage complete. And again, other than having the belts sorted out, I'm not going to put the inserters in, and I'm obviously not going to put the factory components in. We don't have it built yet. That was sort of added as future-proofing, and we're not at that future yet. I'm gonna handcraft one mechanical inserter just to finish that one bit up. Okay, so in theory, I've got inserters made over here. I can just go and grab them to do the next build component. I'm going to hold off on doing that. I'm going to hold off on doing that for a reason, and that's because I need to take the old one offline. Take the old spaghetti one offline. So let's go running back to base to do that. More reliably using more and more of our power here, as can be seen by the fact that we're actually using a whole lot more ash. Using a whole lot more ash at this point. I contemplate putting more boils on the line. We are making enough power right now, so it's not needed. We run back to base. And I come over here to take this one off of line. I'm going to hold off taking the assembling machine one offline until we actually finish building it. But there we go. All in my inventory. And over here it's all in coal ash. Yeah, it's all in coal ash over here. That'll ungem that, get that running again. You're not running because I'm out of solder. Do have some lead, so I'm gonna shove some lead in there to get that running again. Should get you running again. Yep. Oh, more science packs. Need a few more to get up to advanced material processing. Slowly work that way. I should actually check, is there any of these bits that I'm out of? So you're backed up. I need more moss again for the area, and I'm a little backed up, so I don't actually have good space for it. Just fill the inventory up with moss. It's not going to be enough, but it's a start. Yeah, this is the terror that is hand-fed science. This is why long-term recommendations don't hand-feed your science. It's very good for rushing things just beyond, well, rushing things early in the tech tree, but the deeper you get into it, the more sort of fiddly it gets to maintain. And the big thing this is going to let me do is transition how I handle smelting. So I can move over to gas smelting, fluid smelting. It'll be... I have to figure out how to balance it so I'm not just burning everything I need for the petrochem, but... It's definitely one way to make a bunch more productive use of stuff. Got a slight shortcut through here. Get through a little bit faster in the future. And yeah, the next thing I need to design out is I now have air-cooled conductors on the bus. And next up is the assembly machines themselves, which require some air-cooled conductor. Barely any, to be fair. Although, I say barely any, we barely produce any. We produce about 1.8 right now on the bus. So it's going to eat like a third of the bus. Three inputs, all fairly slow. I'm gonna grab something that looks like you. I'm gonna have to modify it a little bit to do what I want, but close enough. So, not transport belt, assembly machine. Anything probably a little too simple. It'll work for what I'm doing. Actually, based on how much I'm going to put in there, I can make that a wooden chest. Keep out in the chest. And you need plate, parts, core. Okay. Technically, not the horrible way to do it. Every 8 or so lines in the bus, I'm leaving a double wide, so I can do undergrounds through the area. So I'm technically in the double wide area there to make that work, but I guess it works out. Oops. Should have to reach to make it there. There's me a thing of underground. Okay. And I suppose if future editor me does a good job of his splicing, once more we're on the highlight reel for YouTube. Once more we got the burner assemblies, and of course I had to build, those of you who know what goes into burner assemblies, realize I need to do some air-cooled conductors. So we've got that in there. I even got the future-proof one in, designed in, so when I have electronic facilities and ceramics, we're going to build out this portion, effectively disassemble the bottom portion here. But the bottom portion here does the air-cooled ceramics, air-cooled conductors, sorry, enough that we can do the burner assembly machine. And then when we have ceramics, then we can do the upper portion, disassemble the bottom portion, and this will basically double the amount that we make for the same amount of copper. So that's why I want to use the better recipe eventually, but for the moment this works. Yeah, that's another one on the to-do list. Bus assemblers. Done. And I guess we're going to probably have another time jump here while I go into setting up miners. So we're going to get into doing multiple things at once, right? So miners is also going to be furnaces, I think, go into miners. The basic stone furnaces. At this point I'm not going to use them again. But they're involved in a whole bunch of stuff. So, if you're watching on YouTube, here comes another jump cut. If you're watching on Twitch, hang around. We're gonna keep recipeing stuff. So, stone furnace takes in stone, puts out stone furnace is used in boilers, burner mining drills, the advanced foundry, the burners. I'm not gonna put burners on the bus, but. So that's going to be on the bus, 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 that's going to be on the bus. That's probably going on the bus, that's probably going on the bus. So we're going to have to make stone furnaces, and probably not necessarily a trivial amount of stone furnaces. Do I have boilers on my list? I don't. So I suppose we're going to do next jump back into YouTube when we have bus miners and boilers and stone furnaces. I think that's what we're going to work on next, is that trifecta. Oh, and we're gonna need pipes as well. I don't think I have pipes in the list. Nope. Okay. Small parts. Pipes first or stone furnaces first? I'm going to do pipes, underground pipes first. Again, that's another one I can go disassemble in the old base when we get it set up. Think pipes. New one for the factory. Pipe. Good old stone pipe. We're going to make a belt worth of it. Oh, I'm saying I'm going to make a belt worth of it, but I'm going to need that for... Yeah, so it's a belt of iron comes in, makes a belt of pipes. Big chunk of that pipe is actually going to get turned into pipe to ground. Yeah, big chunk of that's going to get turned into pipe to ground. In fact, I might from no, yeah, so whole belt of this is going to come off. So I'm going to go and do this again. Priority right, output priority right. Just push things rightward. That means this should be... Or do I want to do that after? I want to do that after, I think. Make sure the rightmost belt is full. Because I'm about to take the whole belt off, right? That's what's going to go on. Yeah, so this is going to be 3 in, 3 out. So it's like the bolts here. So it's actually using the same pace as the bolts, right? Yeah, so I think I just want to do a copy paste of bolts. Okay. And then obviously swap this to pipe. Pipe to ground is reasonably expensive, but it's also something when you need a lot of pipe to ground, you need a lot of pipe to ground. Okay, and then that should make enough pipe. It's just gonna have to get assembled. And then we'll go disassemble the old one, the old base. I'm running this backwards. I need the iron to go down instead of up. I suppose technically I should be grabbing the undergrounds now that I'm producing them. But I crafted them by hand instead, which is not the end of the world. Okay, here we go. So we're getting pipe made. So let's go pick up some belt. I'm also going to go turn off the old assemblers and pipes. Yoink those. Yoink those. First, I'm going to check up on the science. I'm back to needing moss again, as I tend to be. Okay, so we got 9 more science going, and I'm going to go run more moss. We'll go do that first. Something's wrong, because you're not getting any coke to make coal gas, or make CO2 out of. It does mean I'm going to run out of moss soon if that doesn't get remedied. And we came here to turn these two off, so let's pull them up. I don't need the plumbing, so we're going to actually leave the boxes there, but I'm going to take the building so it stops making them. Titanium in the chest here for the moment. Yeah, I've got so much stuff. Okay. Go. Wood in the chest. We'll take the coal. I'll go dispose of that. Okay. I'm obviously gonna have to go use some of this stuff, so I've got some more inventory space. Let me guess, it's like coal gas backed up again. Yeah, that's the main thing I'm using coal gas on. I'm mainly using it on fluid mining drilling, and the fluid mining drill probably that's associated with isn't running, is what I'm guessing. Getting slightly distracted by disassembly at this point. Inventory's full again. Okay, that one of the temporary splits is completely removed. That's another temporary split removed. At this point, it's mostly none of the temporary stuff left. The reason I'm not going through coal gas is because I'm apparently not using any of my aluminum, which is very believable. Okay, so that should get the coal gas going again. We should hopefully get some of the broken stuff fixed. The original iron mine is now down to 12k iron ore. A little bit of a power shortage. While I'm running back, let's build another dozen steam engines. And let's go install some of the steam engines. That'll help with power. Not that any of the stuff over here is using power yet, because it's all coal running, but the feed, which is iron and copper, is using power, so... Okay, more power. Although apparently I was using... yeah. Maybe didn't have enough power there for a moment. This is the one drawback of using the advanced foundries as your smelters, is they're quite power consuming when they're actually running. Oh, I'm gonna need a belt of stone as well. Yeah, mining, so I need stone furnaces. Do boilers at the same time. I also use the stone furnaces. I suppose the question is, how many stone furnaces do I want to make? Ooh, that's a question. A second. Because making 3 a second, for example, eats a whole belt of stone. And I'm going to want stone for other things, right? Stone is used... Recipes. Recipes that make it? Yeah, those are all the recipes that make it, okay. Yeah, we're also going to want it for rail. And a little bit for the paddock, so... Okay, so yeah, I can probably do a full stone belt to furnaces and leave another belt in. So we want a double belt of stone probably coming down the butts. One of which we're going to divert for stone furnaces. Okay, so then the question is where is my closest stone deposit? That one. 1.9 million. It's a pretty small one. I don't necessarily need this. Well, the pure stone I don't need to be particularly large. Because we're going to get stone as a byproduct from a whole raft of other things. So those we could pull from the old 5.1 million as well, but let's not do that. And then how many miners do I need to do that? 7.5 to make full belt. Although I have to be a little bit careful because I realize that's going to actually make 2 belts of product from 8 miners. Half of which is kerogen. Gotta go store the kerogen somewhere. We're not doing anything with kerogen yet. Although we're getting much closer to the time in the future where we will be. How's the science going? 12 more. Not enough to get the next tech yet. And it is running, it's just done. I came back to base for electric modules. Just remember what I came back to base for. It's like I came back here for a reason. I probably had everything nearby that I could have made it, because I'm handcrafting all the electric modules. Okay, that's probably enough. Material. Gotta go to where I want them, where the mine is. Over there, okay. Well, I'm gonna have to run power from somewhere, so let's go run over the power grid and start pulling power in this direction. Okay. So, more than enough to get the sort of mining on it that I want. In fact, is what I want. Basically 2 belts, about 4 big. Yeah, more than enough. And then we will filter Airgen off to one side. Assuming I can find it. Here it is. Okay, then I'll get tossed on that belt when the time comes. So sort of put the whole kit and caboodle back together. Not that we're doing that anytime soon. So then I just need to get this powered, and we'll have stone flowing. Next stop, the bus. I have to cut away. Well, I don't have to cut the way through the forest, but I'm going to cut the way through the forest here. Okay, I'm not going to get down the cliff myself. And the stone line will continue. We're going to go up and around instead of through this forest. It's going to take too long to go through the forest. I don't think it really saves me any materials trying to go through it either. Belting our way across the map. I need more belts, but the easiest place to grab that is actually from the base that we're approaching. So run over to the base and grab it from the base. There it is. 1,000 more belts in the inventory. Go a little bit more to the left. Picking an unfortunate place to cross there. A little bit of logic to what I'm doing here. At some point I know I'm going to do iron refining, the next tier of iron refining, which is going to make as a byproduct a whole bunch of stone. So, preparing ahead of time for having a in-feed line coming from the south to feed in stone that is prioritized to be used. Because otherwise the iron will back up and we'll have a sad day. Yeah, now to make sure this is working, I should be seeing some stone coming down here. Somewhere. Here's the stone. Looks to be about a full belt of stone. I don't want to support this. Yeah, I think I've decided I'm going to support it. Okay. Start off something like this. I want like 2 spaces on that side, between that row and that row. That will work there. And this is going to be making stone furnaces. How many assembly machines do I need to make this work? Furnace, and I want to make like 3. One recipe that makes that. So to make 3, in theory I only need 3 assembly machines if I can feed them fast enough. So I suspect the answer is I can't feed them fast enough. I think that's going to be the limitation here. So I'll do 3. Because I think I can feed them fast enough if I upgrade to the electric inserters. So if I need to make it go faster later, we can do that. So that's what we're going to do. Okay. Yes, I'm going to feed from both sides, because that's... Even with the normal ones, I don't think we're going to feed them fast enough. Even with the normal ones, I don't think we're going to feed them fast enough. I don't do that. You know, the electric ones, I don't think we're going to feed it fast enough. Okay, the other stuff we're making with that. Initially is just the boiler and just the burner miner. Boiler requires pipe, burner miner requires small parts and iron plate. So pretty easy to do. And not even overwhelmingly large amounts at any given time. Yeah, the boiler's actually going to be the one that needs the most hand-holding. You're going to be boiler and mining drill. Okay, so you need a bunch of pipe. It's going to be the compounding confusion point there. Then you need iron, small parts. More splitters, because I always need more splitters. Convenience of being able to split things is just too nice. Or in this case, merge things. The more common action happening. Okay. I'll be right back. Sorry about that, Twitch. Need to use the facilities. And we're back. So, you need pipe. You need small plates and iron... Or small parts and iron plates. Okay. I'm gonna need more splitters. More splitters! That's the ceramic line. Of course, we don't have any ceramics on the ceramic line yet, but we will in the future. Burner drill's coming. I may want to change where that comes out later, because I assume burner mining drills go into stuff. Recipes used in fluid, wood processing, soil extractor, floor collector, clay pit, object we haven't got to. All those are going to require burner mining drills, so it should keep the burning mining drills reasonably accessible. Come out here. What about boiler? You using any other recipes? Yeah. Not any that I'm using right now. So it should be reasonably accessible. We don't need it right now. Using the electric arc furnace, basic oxygen furnace, regenerative heat exchanger, ethanol reactor, a whole bunch of stuff. Okay. So it should be reasonably accessible as well. Make it work. More boilers in the future, more of those in the future, so we've got that going. I think it's time for future editor me, once again, to bring up the highlights. So, since the last highlight bit, I've gone ahead and I've added in stone, furnace making, also set up a little bit of electric mining drill. That's to make stone. I'll go do a review of that in a moment. I just realized I didn't do that for highlights. Highlight of that. We got boilers going and burner mining drills going. So with that, we're going to do the next check on the checklist. So we're down to 45 things left on the to-do list. Watching YouTube, I'll be back once we're at the stone mine. Okay, watching on Twitch. Obviously, you're watching live, so you don't get the convenient jump cut to me being at the stone mine. But I'm going to go over to the stone mine. I'm going to do a quick review of that for the YouTube highlights, and then I'm going to go back to base, and I'm going to take out the old, well, the old miner setup, basically, because it doesn't need to be spaghetti made in the base. The old, really old base. And then I will try to remember to actually shove my science in the researcher, so we get more progress towards advanced material processing. That was be a little bit faster in the future, but for the moment, that's all I've got on me. Okay, and at this point, future editor me should hopefully have brought us back in here. Basically, very short build review. This is how I'm mining new stone for the new bus. 8 mining drills, in theory, provides 1 belt of stone and 1 belt of keratin. Don't yet have a use for the keratin. It's going to go into, I think it's oil sands recovery. There's a processing for it into fuel. We haven't done that yet, and as a solid fuel, it's a really terrible solid fuel. But got the stone off, and I've got a fairly large buffer in here, so that we can make use of that stone. And we'll be back with the next highlight, which will probably be something along the lines of setting up the product of setting up the bus for soil extraction or wood processor next. Yeah. That probably editing off back to normal stream and less highlight video stream. Highlight portion of the video. Let's get back to base. I'm going to tear out the thing I just said a little earlier I'm going to tear out, because the old is inferior to the new. And try to poke the science, get the pot science going a little bit more. Arriving here, we're out of moss, so the thing isn't running. We do have 6 more science or so to use. Oh, and I'm out of coal, so that's not the only reason it's not running. I need moss and refined coal. So not enough alone, it was getting much closer to having the advanced material processing, which notably has gas furnace in it. So if I could do refined concrete, which doesn't sound that hard. It doesn't sound hard. I might be underestimating how hard it is. We can do some refined concrete, getting those gas furnaces. It shouldn't be too hard. Came over here for the refined coal. Oh, those are full. Okay, got 93, and you're backed up because I'm not using the coal gassing it. Oh, the coal gas. Give it a moment to get the anthracene oil out of the system. I can swap back to coal gas. Okay. So let's get that coal delivered and the moss delivered. Moss goes there. And the coal goes in you. Wrong type of coal. Do I hang out long enough to collect some science? Yeah, if I can collect like 2 batches of science, I can complete advanced material processing. I might only need the 1, although I'll wait for 2 because I think I'm about to get 2 anyway. Oh, you're out of something. Petri dishes. Go grab some agar, we can get that started properly again. Where'd I put my agar cooking facility? Down there. Oh, I never put any more in the feedback in, so it's empty. That's mildly annoying. Completely my fault, but mildly annoying. Oh no. I gotta remind myself I'm here to take this apart. Getting distracted doing other mild things instead of the main reason I came here. I believe this 1 science short from the next tech. And well, supposedly I was one short, but apparently not enough. One short is not short enough, apparently. Smelter stage 1 is what's up next. And again, we're trying to work towards oil industry. In here we have oil burner. Better than steam boiler, burns any flammable liquid. Supposedly very energy efficient for that purpose. Let me grab the agar so I can get it going again. Should have been enough time for some agar to be made. Maybe not enough agar, but some agar. $27. As I said, maybe not a lot, but some. You're out of solder. Solder's out of lead, so I need to go do a lead run. That's the titanium mine. Lead mine. Collected a bunch of lead, collected a bunch of ash. Came back here to drop the lead off, to get the circuit boards going again. Not necessarily an optimal solution, but I got a bit too much wood in the inventory, and it's definitely a short-term solution. To build up within the inventory. So what's the next thing I'm going to add to the base? Soil extractor. Bus. So this soil, that's the jar crusher. Soil extractor. Burner mining drill. So the first thing that's going to use the burner mining drills. Air core conductors, small parts, iron plates. It's probably going to be limited by the air core conductors, although it's going to be limited by small parts and iron plates as well, because I gotta feed 4 things into it, and one of the 4 things is 30 iron plate per second, which I need more than one inserter inserting to get 1 in. So 30 a second would require more than 30 inserters just for the iron plate alone. So we're not running them at speed, but one of these just sort of churning away glacially will happily meet most of the medium-term goals for working with that. Okay. Let's start off with something that looks like that. Might need to be a little more complicated than that. For a soil extractor. Yeah, okay. Make that work. So next is small parts followed by the air core. There we go. So that's soil extractor. Wood processor. What do I need for the wood processor? I might do a double review here, because the soil extractor went a little bit faster than I was expecting it to. Wood processor. Logs. That's a complicating factor. Steam engines. So I need to get steam engines and... Well, the logs are going to be on the bus. Yeah, steam engines. Ooh, with the logs. It's not going to be efficient. But we're just going to feed this thing to logs for power. That allows me to drop ash off as a requirement. So iron, small parts, copper cable, those are the big three that are going to be taking up all the side space. And then it's steam engine, burner miner drill, and copper cable. And I need the steam engines. Should probably do the steam engine first. Pipe, small parts, iron plate. And there's no way I'm building it fast enough, because there's no way I can shove the inputs in fast enough. Yeah. Okay, so 3 inputs, pipes, small parts, iron plates. I'm out of belt. Okay. Let's go grab more inserters and grab more belt. Shouldn't have to wander all that far, although the bus is getting bigger. Yoink you. You. And there goes the pipes. I was about to be like, did I screw something up? It's not running. And the answer to that was, you unscrewed the thing. It just gonna take a while to sort itself. So that is... I didn't put steam engines on here, but we got steam engines now. Next is actually going to be the wood processor itself. Steam engine, burner mining drill, copper cable. Logs is actually probably one of the more minor requirements, all things considered. Wait, do I need some way to get stuff out of it? I need some way to get the stuff out. Who's getting the short straw? Getting shorted to put... Small parts should be the short side, so say that's the short small parts. That will be where I put the wood logs for the wood processing unit. Anyway, as I said, it's going to fuel itself off of logs, which isn't the smartest of plans, but it's going to work. And we put the log buffer in here, partially because we sort of got a sort of little chicken and the egg problem. I obviously want wood processors to exist in the bus before I make logs, because part of the whole system for making logs involves the wood processor. Although I suppose it may be the way I can... Might not technically need it for some of the farming components to get up to it, right? Okay, there's no wood processing in the fast food forestry. Let's have to remember to leave a belt in here. But this allows me to also just sort of dispose of unneeded logs. I can just dump it in there and it'll be working. Yeah. Copper cable. Okay, gonna have to pick another belted copper cable. I need another one of those. Going easy. Too easy. And then I realized why it was going easy, and so I'd forgotten the components that I need. He's put in. Next rung. Gash handling. And I'll have to drag copper down here for these to work properly. Okay, I just need to go grab iron, which is on the bus. Continue building the splitters. Okay, there we go. So there's wood processing. We'll finish fixing the bus. Probably coming up in time for me to bring the stream to a close, honestly. Being able to check another 2 things off the bus, off the checklist is going to be nice. No, I did that backwards. To there. Okay, so now I'll have surplus copper cables in the bus. This is my wood line, or log line. It doesn't have a source of logs, and I'm not going to source that anytime soon. Although that's not that complicated to do. It's just big. It's made in machinery that I haven't built yet. So we're manually feeding it from scraps from clearing stuff out. That's not necessarily a good sign. Yeah, we're not getting enough power, which means we're not processing the ash quick enough. Do I still have steam? Yeah, we're not having a steam problem. So it's a raw power problem. I need to increase power consumption or power production. How many steam engines do I have? Plenty. Even better. We can add 2 dozen more steam engines to set up. I suppose this is a good place as any to put a... Well, for editor me to bring YouTube back in. The highlights. So, since the last bit of the highlights, I have done a sort of stretch goal and done 2 tasks. Gone ahead and got the soil extractor added to the bus. Went ahead and added the steam engine, because the steam engine is required for wood processing. And I've basically got everything set up for the wood processing, including some extra copper cables. I need more copper cables. With the exception of wood, logs, which I've placed a wooden buffer chest in here so that I can deposit my character's inventory of logs, because we generate them for chopping forests down, which will be the place where the logs are coming from for a short period of time, I think this is the main thing that consumes logs if I were to check the recipe. But the main thing that consumes logs straight, I mean. Yeah, as far as construction, we got wood processing and we got small electric poles. Eventually, we're going to want to make small electric poles via the alternative recipe, which is treated wood. So, yeah, as far as the buffer chest, that works until I can set up proper log, renewable log production. But yeah, that's the build review. That's where we've gotten. This I think how I'm going to do the editing. So this is a little side for YouTube. Is going for the next couple stream days, I'm just going to merge them all into one highlight video. So this is probably the last highlight portion from this stream day, which is the 5th day if you're watching this on the highlight video. If you're watching this on Twitch, feel free to hang around. I'm going to I'm going to continue to do a little bit before I bring the stream to a close, but I'm going to try to finish up the stream around 2 a.m. I don't think I'm going to get around to another highlight by then. So with that, if you're watching this on YouTube, there'll be a jump cut. If you're watching this on Twitch, feel free to hang around. At this point, it's just going to be Twitch, although I am still recording it for YouTube. Because some people might be watching the unedited version. I don't think a lot of people are watching the unedited version, but people might be. And yes, I am not making enough iron. That much is obvious. Or do we make the thing longer? Let's make the thing longer instead of making it wider. So that should help with more power. And yes, we are now, in theory, providing enough power to power the base. I might not be providing enough steam to power the power plants, but I think we're providing enough power for this time. Yeah, might be using the steam a little too fast. Easy enough to expand power if I need to. Things are getting shoved in the furnace fast enough, so it just comes down to am I making enough steam? And we got enough of a buffer that hopefully things are working right. Oh, some of the boilers may not be running because the ash is backed up. Okay. I'm going to take the opportunity. I know I have a soot separator where I'm just sort of buffering all the product. So if I can go load that up in the car and drag that over here, we can unload it to here where we got furnaces to process this stuff. Yeah, close enough. Back to base. Go grab the car, load it up with a bunch of ores, drag it over to the one that's actually got furnaces to process the stuff. I suppose that is going to involve driving the car through around the base a little bit. It's maybe the smartest of moves. Here's the car. Active retreat. Space through that hole. Okay. Here we are. Let me just drive this over to the new base and we can unload it. And okay, most of it's going to be a one-off wave of iron and copper, but to a certain degree that's actually kind of what we want. Coal in the car. Rest goes in. There we go. should help out with keeping some more of the soot processed. Although I'm definitely on the situation of I've got ash to process. It's probably going a little bit fast now that I got enough power to power the situation. Although, yeah, we are burning through the steam pretty quickly, so... Either I need to get ash processing to go better, because I think that might be one of the things holding up the steam production. No, it's either net producing steam or it isn't. And now I've got a bunch of ash in my inventory, obviously. Yeah, I may have an impending burnout in my future. But in my present, we have enough power. In my present, I have enough power. Oh, forgot to check the... Yeah, soil extractor, wood processor is done, so I'll take them off the checklist. Destructive distillation is next. What goes into destructive distillation? Gasifier, destructive distillation. Okay, so mostly stuff I've got. With the exception, no, that's high pressure. Not destructive distillation. Oh, that's probably something in the list, obviously. There's destructive distillation. Okay, yeah, we got all that. That shouldn't be too hard to do when it comes time to sit down and do it. Okay. That way it uses both sides of the belt and hopefully helps keep it from jamming as badly. Still getting caught up in the fact that the lead's not processing particularly fast, and there's a lot of aluminum. And while it's getting pulled semi at random, it's being pulled best. I think it's the last in the chest is getting pulled out first. Although it is looking like it's working through the lead. And once it works through the lead, then start pulling other things out. wherever at. I'm gonna go check the other sorter. I need to unload that one as well. Answer is probably yes. Well, technically didn't need to unload it, but loading it while I had a good opportunity was a good opportunity. Yeah, that's kind of a problem I'm running into. I'm apparently not using enough coal gas, but when I'm using coal gas to run that setup, I use more than I've got. And of course, I filled my inventory up with a whole bunch of stuff. Okay. Okay, so that should be handling only ash in here, although we didn't necessarily have a lot in there. Deal with. Should probably bring the car closer so I can extract all of that for transport. Although I'm recognizing all the pipes down here. We'll block it. It'll be a bit slower, but it'll definitely risk me running the pipes a whole lot less. this delivered to well, sorted furnace area. A little bit farther around, otherwise I am going to crash into stuff that I don't want to crash into. There we go. Okay. And because I haven't been futzing too much with the main bus, power demand is falling. Theory should help this whole thing catch up on ash slowly. Although, actually, no, because until the steam buffer fills back up, they're going to be running the boilers full steam. But that is popping up, so that's good to see. Film separator is a decent distance down in the queue. I said I want to move that up and do it sooner. What goes in the solid separator? Ah, yes. Steel. I haven't sorted out steel yet for the new bus area. Probably needs to be a whole new steel place, to be fair. Because the one back in the old base is down to one coal or one burner miner filling it. We do have iron deposits. There's an iron deposit there that could be used. There's an iron deposit there that could be used. Might do the smaller one. Depends on what the difference is going to be. I have alternative ways to getting to the coke, so we're going to pop those off for the moment. And then I am going to adjust this. Oof. 225 wishes. And it has to be, that recipe has to be in the advanced foundry, so it's going to be that terrible. Okay. It's 20 pelts of iron ore? That's a lot of iron ore. Yeah, that's a bit more doable. Still 12 advanced foundries. Anyway, from a iron mining standpoint, that's actually going to be able to be done on a fairly small setup of drills. Yeah, when we want to do steel, that's probably going to be the next steel we do. At least until we get a different steel recipe. And I don't have a different steel recipe yet. We're going to get a different steel recipe when we can cast the steel directly. That's probably the way to make steel in the long run, but short run, we got what we got. And then as far as the to-do list is concerned, Spectral distillation is next. Do I want to try to put that together before I bring the stream to a close? Pipes, steam engines, air core inductors. Nah, we'll leave that to next time. In theory, I've got that all in the bus, so it's just a process of bringing it all together, so it shouldn't be that hard to do. We'll hold off for a moment on that. So there. Salt separator. So that means I'm gonna have to use the advanced foundry, to be fair. And the destructive distillation? Because the destructive distillation is coke production. Well, I might have an alternative coke production. By now. High pressure furnace from raw. Destructive distillation from coal. From the Anthropocene, from you, okay. I have a different way to get coke now. Although that would require a secondary crusher, which is not cheap. But we could do that as the alternative. We produce less liquid products if we do that. Oh, I could also get coke from cooking the anthracene oil into gasoline. Yep, might actually be where I probably want to get it from in the long run. And or this coke recipe. Hydrogen, light oil. Oh, that makes anthracene as well, so yeah, more coke, more coke. Yeah, that works reasonably well. That'll give me a use for the pitch. The anthracene feeds itself that way, which gives us enough coke. And let's get a whole belt of coke, which I might want at some point. And then that goes into the steel recipe, obviously, because the steel uses coke. Steel uses coke, the CO2 recipe uses coke. That would help us work down the pitch. Think about that for next time. Yeah, we're up at 2 a.m. I think this is where I'm going to bring this stream to a close. If you're watching on YouTube, well, actually, if you're watching on YouTube, you're watching the unedited version. We're releasing these as they are compressed and uploaded and stuff. So there's going to be an unedited version. If you're watching this on YouTube or on Twitch, that will get uploaded after it gets compressed. There'll be a sped up version where I'll speed up all the portions that aren't part of the highlights up to 5x speed, so people can watch fairly fast. Because I think YouTube also supports 2x speed, so you can take the 5x video to it, multiply it by another 2x and run it at 10x if you really want to on YouTube. Which I suppose would take a, 6-hour video down to a tenth that length, so 3,600, so, no, not 3,000, 360, so it'd be like a 36-minute long video at that point, if you're watching this on YouTube in that version. Or you're watching this on Twitch. This one, I think this is going to show up in the highlighted version, highlights version, but there is going to be a highlighted version, but that's going to come out a little bit later because I think it's going to be over multiple days at this point. As we're moving deeper and deeper in, we're having fewer and fewer periods of highlights, so want to make that video decently long. I hope you've been enjoying, whether you're watching this live on Twitch or the unedited version on YouTube. The upcoming schedule plans is as follows. So today was Factorio. Tomorrow is going to be Stellaris. Friday is going to be Shadow Empire. Saturday, which I believe is the 4th of July, is going to be Songs of Six. And then we will be back to Factorio on Sunday. So I hope you have all enjoyed. And yeah, this is where I'm going to bring the stream to a close. I think Twitch chat is telling, or Twitch stats is telling me there's only one of you watching. If you're watching live on Twitch and you want to comment responded to, now is the time to leave it. I did just save, and I'm going to start the local recording right now.